This is as a microphone check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Are you hearing me now? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started in just about 2 minutes. Prison's officers time 2 minutes. We welcome you all officially to the Trinidad Prison Service Prisons Officers Conference of Delegates 2023. My name is Kester Stout. First time you all will ever hear my first name again. Kester Stout, and I'll be your master of ceremonies, taking you all through this morning's proceedings. Just before we start, if you all are looking for the washroom facilities, they are located at the entrance, the back of the hall, where you would have entered. Both male and female washroom facilities are on either side. Females to my right, which is your left, and males to my left, which is your right. There is also some light beverages, in that of some bottle of water and tea or coffee. Please help yourselves to a glass or a cup of coffee and a bottle of water. Is this good, Mr. Cameron? Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you all to please pay close attention to this morning's security briefing.
Welcome to the Eric Williams Auditorium. Please take a moment off from what you are doing for the safety briefing. There are 3 emergency exits, one on either side of the stage and the main entrance. These are clearly marked in green and white exit signs. Look around you now and locate the exits that are closest to you. Bear in mind that your closest exit may be behind you. The exits and aisles must be kept clear at all times. In case of an emergency, an alarm will sound, and you will immediately proceed to your nearest exit in a calm and orderly manner. Once through the exits, please move away from the building and assemble at the muster point located at the eastern car park of the Joya compound. When at the muster point, please wait for further instructions from the security department. Smoking is prohibited. Smoke detectors are located throughout the auditorium. There are 2 washrooms located just forward of the main entrance, and these are also equipped with sensitive smoke alarms. It is an offense to tamper with these devices. For your comfort and the comfort of others, we ask that cell phones be switched off at this time. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the program.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the National Anthem of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Thereafter, we invite Ms. Ayana Lewis Thong to open us in a word of prayer.
From the love of liberty in the fires of hope and prayer, with boundless faith in our destiny, we solemnly declare, side by side we stand, islands of the blue Caribbean Sea, this unlimited land, we pledge our lives to thee. Here every creed and race find an equal place, and may God bless all nations. Here every creed and race find an equal place, and may God bless all nations. Which from
Thank you very much. And we're asking places on the further right, my right, your left, please. If you can occupy the center rows at this time, thank you. And you all may have the seats while we're doing that. So here, places to the far right, left of the auditorium, you can filter into the center rows, please. Thank you. Yeah, man. Mr. Hepburn, Vice President, Mr. Sarah Richards, the outgoing President, Mr. Lincoln Alexander Joseph, Finance Officer, Mr. Logie, General Secretary, Mr. Walcott, Assistant Secretary, Council of Delegates, members of the media, invited guests. Pleasant good morning. Again, my name is Kester Stout, and I'll be a master of ceremonies for this morning's proceedings. Please let me apologize for the late start. It's happened due to circumstances beyond our control. Nevertheless, we are here for a very, very special function this morning, and we're going to go through as swiftly as we can as we seek to do the business of the Prisons Officers Association and, the better good for our members and our officers alike. As you move forward, please help me welcome the outgoing President of the Prisons Officers Association to bring his welcome remarks. At this time, please help me welcome to the lectern, Mr. Sarah Richards.
first Vice President of the Prison Officers Association of Trinidad, Mr. Hebron, General Secretary of the POA, Mr. Lester Logie, Finance Officer, Mr. Lincoln Joseph, members of the newly elected Executive Council of Delegates, members of the media, other specially invited guests, a pleasant good morning to you all. It has been my pleasure to welcome all of you to this beautiful venue, the Eric Williams Auditorium, where we host the triannual meeting of the Council of Delegates of the Prison Officers Association. This conference is as a direct result of the POA having elections which were in the period 8th to the 10th of February 2023. And our constitutional mandate or requirement for us to have a meeting for the retiring committee to report on their stewardship for the past 3 years, and also for us to complete our electoral process of completing the executive committee by nominating and selecting 3 positions. 1, Public Relations Officer of the Prison Officers Association, and 2 trustees by secret ballot. And also it will give the incoming president an opportunity to articulate to all of us the way forward, his direction, the direction the executive wishes to embark on in the next 3 years. So again, I just want to take the opportunity to welcome you. Thank you for coming, leaving your homes, your families, and coming to this very important event. And we do hope as we go through today's proceedings that we do it efficiently with some level of enjoyment, some level of camaraderie and good spirit going forward. So again, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for coming out this morning, and we welcome and appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richards. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been reliably informed that this is the first time that the Conference of the Delegates 2023 it's actually being streamed live, and that you can find that information on Celebration Network. It's also on all of the internal social media pages that associates with Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service. So you all can, as you get to go back and look at the stream and have it as a safety. As well as moving forward, all of the conferences and information sharing like this would be posted or would be streamed on social media, which is unique to prisons officers only. Yes, so we have that information, and we are moving to move forward in the social arena. Mr. Richard just said that you didn't go too far, because next on our agenda this morning we have the report of the outgoing president. So please help me welcome back to the lectern, Mr. Richards, to bring the report of the past tenure of the POA. Mr. Richards.
Yeah, good morning again. Firstly, I just want to take the opportunity before I go into the report. I want to take the opportunity to congratulate all of the persons, all of the officers who were victorious in the election process at the Prison Officers Association. I want to take the opportunity to congratulate the executive members, the newly installed executive members, and also members of the council. So I just want to take that opportunity going forward to wish you well in the next 3 years, that your stewardship will be inspirational, meaningful, and also something to emulate as we go forward. Thank you very much on that. Right, The Prison Officers Association, we always say, is a very unique association within the walls of Trinidad and Tobago. We know that employee representative, worker representative, because employee representatives are called associations, worker representatives are called unions. And I don't want to get into the definition of the two, or the difference of the two, but they are all workers' representatives, right? Who are put in office to represent both individual and collective interests of their members. So we are an NGO, a non-governmental organization, and we have some level of sovereignty in the way we operate. We operate with a constitution, right? And that was born out of us gaining recognition in 1965 by the then finance officer, the late Dr. Eric Eustace Williams. Part of the requirement of such recognition is having a constitution which guides how you operate within the confines of the POA. And also, we were duly formed as an association after that in 1967. So our journey in representation started from 1967 to present. And over those years, because of the uniqueness of this type of organization, which I always say in every domain, is an organization challenged with issues that are faced by no other union organization or association organization, not just in Trinidad, but also to a large extent in the wider world. Why are we so unique? We are unique because when you look at association workers representatives, the chief reason they exist, all of us exist, is ready to treat with collective bargaining. That is the main issue. That is the main grievance that brought rise to worker representative. But in our circumstance, while we recognize that that is a very important issue and is supposed to be the main issue, our circumstance leads us to a very, very different road. Because over the years, based on what has been happening, based on the threats to prison officers' lives, based on the execution of prison officers, lives being snuffed away by the criminal element as a direct result of prison officers performing their legitimate and lawful duties, our order of priorities in terms of representation would have shifted in that the emphasis on our main issue now is safety and security for officers on and off duty. Because uniquely so, we are seriously challenged with that issue. And that is where I'm going to begin my report. Over the years, and this has started even before all of us would have entered the service, the first prison officer that was killed, I could recall I was a little boy in San Juan, hearing that a prison officer was killed in around Savannah. That was somewhere either in the very, very early 80s or the late 70s. I cannot recall the exact year. And I can recall that created quite a stir in Trinidad and Tobago. But it was it was an isolated incident. It wasn't the norm. And after having entered the service sometime in '92, after we would have heard numerous officers would have been attacked, shot by the criminal evidence. There was a time in the early 90s when a particular criminal was actually hunting down prisoners, officers, the extent to which a number of officers were shot and injured. One was even crippled. I don't know if you all recall that. He retired subsequently as a supervisor of prisons, a prison supervisor. The whole issue of safety and security there is on the head. And that is where the whole philosophical, the whole shift to focus on that issue primarily, of course not leaving out the other issue, but focus on that issue primarily as an issue that we must treat with urgently and attentively. And as we progressed over the years, going into the 90s, a number of officers were shot and killed. Going into the early 2000s, we would have came into the association sometime in 2006. And the killings and the attacks and threats continued. The extent to which, to date, we are leading the world, and I'm not talking about per capita, we are leading the world in prison officer killings in raw data. When I visited the United States, just to give some quick background, when I visited the United States, specifically Miami, the Miami Federal Division of Corrections, I asked the question to the warden then, to the then warden and his executive, how many prison officers, correctional officers, sheriff department officers, whatever name you call them, how many officers would have been killed in the last 100 years in the United States? And the answer was 20 officers. 18 killed while on duty as a result of riots and all these different things. And only 2 were killed while off duty. The last being Lieutenant Osvaldo Alberati. He was killed while coming home from duty, while returning home from duty, right? Because of his role in mashing up a cell phone ring in the prison. He was killed as a direct result of him performing his legitimate duties in trying to deter and obstruct that activity of trafficking. He was murdered. And what is unique in the United States, to sum up my background, is the response of the state. It took a lot of effort in the United States, in a place, in a region, where the Constitution itself gives citizens in general the right to bear arms. That is a constitutional right, an absolute right. And in that country, they took over 25 years to and fro, debating, protesting, and all these other mechanisms of intervention to get the state to finally agree to bring an act to treat with the safety of correctional officers. And that act is known as the Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act of 2004, and a second act was known as Lieutenant Osvaldo Alberati Correctional Officer Self-Protection Act of 2016. Those 2 acts is what assisted prison officers to mitigate some of their serious challenges. In Trinidad and Tobago, while we boast of having the most prison officers attacked, threatened, killed, because while we have only 2 killed outside, we have over 20. While those 2 killed took 100 years, our over 20 persons officers who were killed took just about 2 short decades. Just about 2 to 3 short decades. So you can understand what is happening there. We are in a crisis situation as it regards the safety and security for officers on off duty. And that is why we would have emphasized on this issue throughout my tenure as president, and just to say I've been president in past 2 terms, since 2012 to present, well, since 2012, right, which is about 11 years, and we have spent significant time on this issue. Right, so what would we have achieved during that period? We would have achieved a changing in philosophy, a changing in culture, whereas before entering office, there was never a culture to protect officers beyond just old talk and promises and having interventions such as dialogue, showing concerns and so on. But that is what we meant. What we have been successful in achieving, as a norm, prison officers are now being armed. They are now being armed using 2 facilities. One, to arm officers, although and it had to be replaced with the of the law and Arms Act. To streamline it properly, we were beneficiaries of that type of protection in a manner more significant than where we would have met it. So now we have a few hundred officers with firearms, and we also have the other facility utilizing the Firearms Users License, the Firearms Act, where the Commissioner of Police, after investigating an application and an applicant, after doing his investigation, can provide or give officers or give any citizen of this country, issue any citizen with a firearm user's license. That was unprecedented. It was born out of the Andy Rogers incident. You all can recall the Andy Rogers incident sometime in, is it 2013, 2011? Anybody get correctly? MSP officers were along. And that Andy Rogers incident led to an uprising in the prison where officers in MSP refused to take up duty, and the then Prime Minister, Ms. Kamala Prasad Bisesa, had to create a committee to treat with the issues that was causing the uprising. And coming out of that committee, myself and Mr. Gordon would have attended all of the meetings. Coming out of that committee, there was a commitment by the then Police Commissioner, right, Mr. Stephen Williams, to have officers utilize that facility of Firearms Users License, and that is where that facility was born. And that is where the changing of the culture in terms of how to protect prison officers and the protection of prison officers would have been generated. But we understand that that wasn't enough. It wasn't enough because the manner in which, or the policy that gave rise to how you choose persons by the Commissioner of Prison was skewed. And I recall Mr. Lyndon Ramanan, the then Deputy Industrial Relations Officer and one-time Industrial Relations Officer, often complained to the executive because him being part of the committee wasn't satisfied at all that the interests of officers was being adhered to in that committee. So there was always the need to advance past the powers of the Commissioner of Prisons and have all officers, through a designated law, be armed and given that facility once they want it, and once they are willing and meet the criteria to hold such time. Just a quick intervention. Driver of PBR 122, please remove your vehicles. The driver of PBR 122, please. Thank you. Trina, is you giving a trouble? Okay. So just to give a historical background, at the end of the day, this association has been trying all different sorts of measures to get the powers that be to do what they have to do to advance the officers. So we have asked for facilities, legislative facilities, that will close that gap, because not that we don't recognize the Commissioner of Prisons is given, not that we don't recognize the Commissioner of Police is not given, not that we don't recognize that, but we recognize that there is a need to further address the matter because it was not being given out equitably. And sometimes it's often the cry of officers that they have legitimate threat. Sometimes members of the police service will call them and tell them about the threat. Sometimes members of the prison hierarchy will call them and confirm the threat. But yet they're waiting in ambience for some sort of response. And sometimes that response takes into infinity. Some never end up getting any meaningful response to their threats. And that was always a complaint by Mr. Lyndon Ramanan, often and continuously complain about that inequity and injustice. So we would have asked for an advance to the government of Trinidad and Tobago through a committee that was again chosen by the then Attorney General, Mr. Faris Alwari, in the office of the Attorney General. We would have advanced 3 major areas of concern and legislative support to treat with it. One of a dedicated law similar to what exists in the United States, similar to what exists in Ireland, Northern Ireland, to arm prison officers not by merely selecting or assessing threat, because we always itemize and make the point that every prison officer is under threat. Once you are indoctrinated into the prison service, you are under threat. Go ask Mr. Miller family. Go ask the young officer Paris from Trinidad. Go and ask his family and his colleagues. Once you are a prison officer, you are under threat. And we advance to the government our Law Enforcement Officer Safety and Officer Safety Act, our Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act, similar to what exists in the United States, giving qualified law enforcement or enforcement officials the right to bear a concealed firearm, passing a rigid criteria. We ask for that. We also ask for amendment to existing legislation to create a deterrent for persons wanting to threaten, and also want to harm prison officers, and by an extension, law enforcement officials. And the reason why we say law enforcement officials, because we know the government of Trinidad and Tobago, if they're doing one thing for one entity, the more likely will want to capture other entities. Police wasn't for it, because they did not come up with it. But we vehemently attended those meetings, myself, the then Industrial Relations Officer, Mr. Linda Ramanan, the then General Secretary, Mr. Gerald Gordon, at the Attorney General's office, where we undertook the task with the legal luminaries inside of there to draft some of those legislation. And one of those legislation that we drafted was the Miscellaneous Provisions Law Enforcement Officers Act number 25 of 2019. But I'll go into that act shortly. So we did not get from the state an adherence, a concurrence that there is a need for specific legislation to arm prison officers. We did not get that. What we get instead is the state purchasing firearms to issue to the prison officers. The tune of, I think, is 250 by 250, a total amount of 500. And of course, the subjective manner in which these firearms were distributed was a serious concern for us. So that issue still in us, and I will hope the new executive continue in that vein, right? That issue was responsible for us as a membership, and I'm saying as a membership because we came to you, the council, we came to the general membership, we invited the attorney, Mr. Ramesh Lawrence Marsh, senior attorney, where we seek to challenge the state in a constitutional matter, to treat with the state non-adherence to the prison officers' rights to life. Because the rights to life is a key part of the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. Everyone in Trinidad and Tobago has the right to life. And we are saying that that right to life is being undermined by the state's inability to protect prison officers on or off duty. And in that constitutional motion, which we'll talk about a little later, given an update on soulmate would have reached, that is what we would have advanced as one of the mechanisms to get the state to do what the state has to do. Right? The other area that we treated with as regard to safety and security of officers on and off duty, internally and also externally, we have asked for the provision of the government to procure and purchase bulletproof vests, star-proof vests. Well, you will be called as star-proof vests is unprecedented. It is to deal with internal trust officers having to deal with criminal elements within prison walls and mitigate in challenges, for example, violence and so on, or to extract inmates when need be. We asked for the procurement of star-proof vests, bulletproof vests. Those were procured but in very small numbers, not enough to issue every prison officer, which would have been what we asked for. But again, when you ask for a certain provision, they always try their best, owing to circumstances that they will articulate, which in our view has no real merit when it comes to security. But owing to what they would have articulated, we'd have gotten way short of what we asked for. But at the end of the day, we would have opened that channel where these facilities, these equipments can be procured and distributed in the interest of prison officer safety to the bulletproof vest, both covert and overt, for inside and outside respectively, inside the prison domain and outside respectively. We have also asked or make representation for, as I said earlier, laws to treat it as a deterrent for persons wanting to harm, threaten, or even to want to kill prison officers. I just articulated the Miscellaneous Provisions Act, Law Enforcement Act, Legal Notice 25 of 2019, and some of those amendments that we have been successful in drafting at the AG's office, bringing to the Parliament, and then being agreed to by the Senate, after which it was proclaimed by the President and is now law in Trinidad and Tobago. The amendments include provisions where stiffer sentences are given to persons who threaten prison officers, who go on to injure prison officers, and even a provision to include the officers' families were inserted. So the family and relatives of prison officers were also included in that provision, where one's threatened, one's injured, and so on. Serious penalties inclusive of prison sentence, not all, because the previous legislation was very minute fines, minimal fines, and or sentencing. But in this amendment, we got them to put maximum fines, some fines as much as $700,000. The lowest fine, I believe, Mr. Ramadan correct me, $250,000 for persons who threaten, who are found guilty of threatening or injuring prison officers, and by extension, their relatives and families. So that was passed and proclaimed. Inside that act, we also got a provision to treat with one of the number one problems we have in the prison service, often described as the culprit in causing prison officers to have security challenges, and that number one is sewage trafficking. So we also got the AG's office, the government, and by extension, the Senate and the President to agree through amendments, stiffer fines, stiffer penalties, and jail sentence for anybody caught and convicted of trafficking within the prison service. So that is one of the achievements we accomplished, and we hope that the new executive continue to champion the main law that we asked for, which is to provide for the safety and security of officers on our duty through the arming of officers, given the fact that all prison officers are under threat. Right? We also, in anticipating a situation that we encountered just recently, where a prison officer and a police officer, maybe by no fault of either side, maybe was involved in a shooting situation between both parties. And as a result of that, both officers were injured. You all can recall that incident? And the police officer, name not called, the police officer found it suitable, of course seeking his legal interest and his constitutional right, challenged the state and the prison's commissioner authority to provide arms to prison officers while off duty. Because remember in the Firearms Act, the prison officers can be armed. We are listed in the Firearms Act, as do police, as do customs. We are all listed in the Act. But we can only bear arms in pursuant of our duty, meaning if I post you, I give you a job or assignment within the prison, I can arm you on the basis of that requirements of that assignment, as do the police and as do the customs. But the Prisons Commissioner was giving out firearms for officers who, in their private capacity, try to defend themselves and their families. And that was found to be illegal, unconstitutional, and has no merit in law. And that action was discontinued. But before that action was discontinued, the Prison Officers Association, through its Industrial Relations Officer, Mr. Wendell Mitchell, at a meeting with the minister, anticipated that we would have lost that matter because we knew from inception that we would have lost that matter. From inception, because we know the Commissioner of Prisons was acting outside of the law. Notwithstanding, we were happy that we were arming officers to protect themselves. And Mr. Mitchell articulated strongly at that meeting that the government, not waiting for the outcome, start to draft a law to amend the Firearms Act, given the circumstances that prison officers face, to amend the Firearms Act and have the Commissioner of Prisons given legal authority to arm officers when on duty. That fell on good earth, and that was done, although a bit slow, but it was done, and we now have the amendment to the Firearms Act, where the Commissioner of Prisons now have legal authority to arm prison officers while on duty. The other matter that I did raise before, the constitutional matter in the High Court, our attorney being Senior Counsel Ramesh Lawrence Mirage, where the Prison Officers Association advanced in the court domain a constitutional matter, stating that the state is not respecting the rights to life of prison officers by having prison officers slaughtered in the streets of Trinidad and Tobago, unlawfully, brutally executed, and not doing anything meaningful about it. I am pleased to let you know at this conference that we have reached a stage in that case where the attorneys for the state and our attorney, Senior Counsel Ramesh Lawrence Mirage, the state attorney approached him for an out-of-court settlement, and we have drafted an out-of-court settlement which will include all of the areas that we have asked for in the constitutional matter, including new things that crop up. For example, one of the new things that we asked for is that this given power that the Commissioner now enjoys through the Firearms Act, that a committee, a policy be done to ensure that the Commissioner of Prisons execute that duty as what the law anticipates and fairly. Because we understand the level of subjectivity we have in the system where people virtually pick and choose who they want to give facilities, virtually pick and choose who they wish to live and who they wish to die. Okay? So that is one of the things that we'll be asking for, that we have advanced to the attorneys. I've invited the newly elected Mr. Lester Lodi, Mr. Joya to meet with the lawyers where they can get a fresh update on the matter, and if this executive, by extension, council and general membership wish to modify or advance or articulate anything new, they can be free to do so. Okay? So that is where we reach as far as that constitutional matter is concerned, but it represents an opportunity for us to fix some fundamental issues that we experience with the safety and security. It's an opportunity. We also, as an executive committee, not wanting to just try one avenue, but trying multiple avenues, we would have gotten into a contract with Digicel Limited, a telephone company, and a company by the name of ISS from the United States, a security company. And what we signed is an agreement with Digicel through ISS to provide security surveillance in and around the homes of prison officers. That contract included having surveillance cameras around the house of prison officers and also on the street where prison officers reside. But that was fraught with a lot of difficulties and controversies because you would agree at that time in 2017, I believe 2017, the government were busy putting up cameras all over Trinidad in certain areas. And some of those cameras, if you can recall, cost in excess of $20,000. And the technology that those cameras were supposed to bring were license plate recognition and facial recognition, which is two advanced software technologies to detect and track criminals who would have wanted to execute crime and so on. And these are the same technologies that Digicel through ISS was bringing to us. And those cameras installed at prison officers' home and the streets where they reside only cost $200 per unit. So you can see where the problem lies. You can see where the problem lies. I'm saying it as we understood it. Right? So after a lot of to and fro with the government of Trinidad today, with this government in office, we were not able to get the government to see it our way. They promise us they will, and they keep delaying, and after subsequent meeting, they then articulated to us they cannot put that bill. And what was happening at the time, there were some other political issues that involves Huawei, Chinese company as against an American company, and the politics associated with those two different regional companies. That too got to bear in the failure of us to actually get the government buy-in and subsequent input in this. And I will hope, again, that Mr. Lester Logie, Mr. Gerald Gordon, and your executive, that you all pursue this area, because this area is critical. There are a number of officers who are attacked at their homes. The latest being Mr. Francis in Shoguanas, right? Where the criminal element went to his home and killed him in front of his family inside of his living room. And nobody today could properly identify who, exactly when, and any distinguishing details that could identify the criminal. And that in itself reinforces the need, Mr. Logie, for us to continue to pursue them. Right? Internally, we also got upgrades of alarms at GGP. We also got the government to procure and contract a company to treat the alarms in MSP after toing and froing for many years. I don't think that was actually materialized, but I know the last report we got that a company was contracted to do those works. These are other things that we wish the new executive to continue to pursue. So I can go on and on with safety and security, but these are the more salient and important points. So I now wish to move on to health and safety. Of course, again, the prison service being a service where people come to work to actually deal with residents on a compound, and those residents are called inmates, convicted and unconvicted inmates. So it's only natural, because it's a human-oriented environment where people actually live, similar to in the hospital, where they come to work to actually treat with residents. Under different circumstances, of course, it is only natural that such an area and emphasis on health and safety must be paramount. We will have come in a service where we understand that none of our prisons are built for purpose. The latest prison that we have built in Trinidad, the maximum security prison, is a convicted prison now housing remand inmates. It was outdated from the time they start building it. God knows how they get that contract and how that procurement went, sometime in the mid-90s, till the 90s. but it was deemed outdated before it was actually built. But it was allowed to be built to the tune of whatever. And because of the fact that we have no real way of treating with inmates, no organized way of treating with inmates within the prison environment, it caused a number of these environments not being upkept properly and so on, because of always continuous budgetary constraints and so on, articulated by the state. It caused the environment to deteriorate and depreciate greatly over time. So much so that we are now continuously exposed as prison officers. As prison officers, we are continuously exposed to extreme conditions of every kind. Of every kind. So health and safety is always a great challenge. And we would have called for a number of reasonable interventions to treat with the upkeep of the environment, the inmates living environment, the officers working environment. And we would have gotten very little intervention from the state, to the extent that we are still plagued with health and safety issues. The Prison Association, after seeing that, we would have made complaints to the Occupational Health and Safety Agency, right, in writing, and we have been successful in getting the women's prisons inspected, the remand prison inspected, we got the Port of Spain prison inspected, and we got complaints from the agency, the Health and Safety Authority, that they are not staffed to the extent to do all the inspections in the first instance, and in a timely manner in the second instance. So even with the Occupational Health and Safety Authority, an agency who is charged legally with the responsibility to ensure that the employer provides a safe place of work and a safe system of work, they too are falling short. They too are falling short. But what we got, which is a sort of a win, is that after continuous pressure, the Health and Safety Authority giving submitting a report and so on, and the administration inability to treat with some of the contents in the report, we got the government to succumb and say, okay, they will completely refurbish the remand prison. Which fall far short of what we expected, because what we wanted is a new brand purpose-built remand facility in Trinidad and Tobago, because that type of prison has eluded us for several years. We have none in Trinidad and Tobago. We have no purpose-built remand facility in Trinidad. We have purpose-built convicted facility. Port of Spain, being over 200 years old, is a purpose-built facility. It was built for retribution. It was built for a dungeon-like perception of how prisons should be operated and run at that time. So it is purpose-built, but it is outdated based on the new philosophy, what we are now required to do, which is beyond holding and keeping, but to also treat. That treatment aspect, we have the purpose-built facility to do that. So we have got as I said, the government to succumb and said, okay, we give a contract and we refurbish or the remand prison Golden Grove. That work is still ongoing, right? And it is soon to be handed back over to the Commissioner of Prisons. And we can only hope. But what I would like the new executive to continue is asking for purpose-built facilities in Trinidad and Tobago. There was a plan under the Manning administration through UDICOT to have a purpose-built remand facility right where the car park is opposite Golden Grove. And when the People's Partnership came into office, that was shelved. And there was no interest by this new PNM government to continue that. So that was shelved once Mr. Manning exited office. Right? We would have asked the OSHA board to continuously come in and make inspection. Recently, we would have asked for the inspection of Building 13. Right? They are yet to commit resources to actually come and do that health and safety investigation. but they would have asked for a meeting with the POA, which this new executive is charged responsibility to attend and see what can be done. I just want to add that myself, as President of the Prison Officers Association, then President of the Prison Officers Association, with the permission of the labor movement, would have been chosen as one of the board of directors for the Occupational Health and Safety Authority. And in that forum, notwithstanding I cannot go into details of the contents of meetings because I have financial responsibilities to not divulge what the board meetings are about and any intricate details. I can tell you that at that forum, at that level, I did advance a memorandum of understanding, the introduction of a memorandum of understanding between the prison service and OSHA to help treat with the management of safety, health and safety in Trinidad Prison Service. That request is still being looked at by the agency. And when the board convenes in its new term, hopefully with the reminder coming from the pen of the General Secretary to the OSH board, we will see some movements on that. What I seek to do is to bring the OSH board as the overseer, direct overseer, as it relates to health and safety issues in the prison. So the OSH board will oversee, as part of the memorandum, that proper committees are chosen by the prison executive and placed so that they can do continuous health surveillances, and they are properly equipped. Right? And investigations from the OSH agency, whenever infractions, health and safety occurs, that they will come in and investigate on a timely manner. So the parameters of the memorandum of understanding that was being sought after will bring the agency closer to the prison service, where we can have these matters addressed more efficiently, more effectively. Right? And I hope the new executive continue in that vein. I would have already spoken to the General Secretary at length about that, and we hope that that takes shape as we go forward. One of the other things that we would have discovered over the years is the continuous crime. Because if you have a health and safety board, you have a health and safety agency who have to effect the board decision, and they have to go out and ensure that health and safety is maintained. Why is that agency continuously short-staffed? And not only that, when you look at the contracts given to those inspectors, most of those contracts are short month-to-month contract, and the government not committing to any long-term contract that will give any security or tenure. And as a result of that, the attrition rate is very high in the agency. So they're in a perpetual state of always hiring on short-term contracts, and people just leaving at regular intervals. So they are never up to speed or up to requirement as regard to staff. So I would love the newly installed President and General Secretary at maybe the J-term level, 5-term level, and those bigger bodies to have that on the agenda so that the unions, because this is not a fight that the association alone could endure. Everyone in the workplace is affected by health and safety, so all worker representatives in Trinidad and Tobago should join together and fight that fight to ensure, as a minimum, that the government ensure that that agency works properly. Because we can do what we want. If that agency doesn't work properly, we are without a watchdog, and when you are without a watchdog, things will prevail. I just want to move on now to collective bargaining. And I have to laugh because just last night we were faced with new developments in that area, but I'll speak to that as we go along. We would have been engaged since I was an executive member. I'll go before, since I was an executive member, from 5 to 7 collective bargaining period, 8 to 10 collective bargaining period, and as president, from 11 to 13 and onwards, collective bargaining periods. The last collective bargaining period we have signed up on was 11 to 13. And you already recall in that collective bargaining period, the infamous 5% issue was treated with inside that collective bargaining agreement. And I don't want to go into details what the infamous 5% fiasco is, right? What normally happens in collective bargaining, just to get a very quick synopsis, because we then conducted a job realization exercise between 2004 and it was implemented sometime thereafter, and it amended our approach to salaries. So our salaries moved from the subjective approach of job classification to the objective approach of job evaluation. So we used to be classified in ranges, and that classification is as a direct result of your employers looking at you and saying, okay, I am measuring your worth. You are worth between this range and that range. I place you in a category. There was no scientific analysis to determine what category you are in. And that is why we moved to an objective analysis called a job evaluation exercise. And the first of which was between 2004. And that was it caused a significant increase in our salaries. And thereafter, every collective bargaining period was on the basis of establishing where you are in the market and where the market would have gone. So the difference as to where you are and where the market would have gone. And that gap called I get to know. Right, that gap, that difference in salary is what formed the basis of the approach to negotiations, because negotiations, one, is scientific, but it always boils down to the government's ability to pay, the employer's ability to pay. So that market shift, which represented the gap, I'm sorry for my old age, that market shift is what is considered as we develop salaries going forward in the new approach of job evaluation. Right, so we have always maintained and had discussions about market shift and so on, where we develop salaries thereafter, and of course the number one factor always determining pay is the government's or the employer's ability to pay. So notwithstanding if the market shift is 22%, we're just speaking hypothetically, if the market shift is 22%, the government can say, okay, I recognize the market shift, I recognize what you are worth in the market, however, I can only pay X percent. Everybody understand that? And that is what will be the number one factor determining pay. If you ever don't have the money to pay, you can tell me any market shift you want. Or we can agree to any market shift. I just don't have the money to pay. Okay? But what we witnessed this time around was a deviation from that fundamental principle. And the fundamental principle is how we look at salaries, how we look at and arrive at salaries. After having gone through that independent process, job evaluation exercise, where you have to contract a contractor to do the exercise because it's an independent process, meaning the CPO's office cannot undertake it on their own. They have to get an independent body, independent of the POA and independent of government to do that contract. Right? So they're saying this time around they're not willing to use the market shift, which is a big deviation, and that is the subject, the major subject of our company. So that means how are you measuring salaries if you don't have a market shift? How? What is the mechanism being employed? So while we're discussing and we force them to get to the table to discuss market shift, while we're discussing market shift, and we would have other meetings to arrive at what the market shift is, we heard the finance minister articulate to the public that there's a breakdown in negotiation and he has now referred the matter to the special tribunal. While we're in discussions, so that surreptitious undermining of a legitimate process has been sent to the court by the finance minister, and we'll have our day in court. Right? Some of the things that we agreed to and we were able to deliver is one, a grievance procedure, which is a formalized process to air grievances that fall under the remit of terms and conditions of employment, which is responsible for by the CPO, the Chief Personnel Officer. So the government has now embarked on training for prison officers to understand first what the grievance procedure is and how to utilize it, and what other mitigating factors you can use before having to use the grievance procedure, given the fact that we look at the grievance procedure as a last resort. In other words, if there's an issue and it can resolve it before going that formal route, through alternative dispute resolution and whatever scientific thing that we use to employ to have that treated with, we can use it before we go to the grievance procedure. So right now those training has been completed, and we hope that officers who are trained will train others, in some cases their subordinates and peers and so on, so that everybody will be conversant in the utilization of that grievance procedure. We were also successful in securing a new job evaluation exercise, because we have always articulated throughout my term in office the need for us to have a new job evaluation exercise done, because they would appreciate that job evaluation exercise in best practice should only last about 10 years. Because after 10 years, on average, organizations significantly change. Roles would have evolved. What you do 10 years ago in prison service would have evolved today into doing other things, or in addition to other things and so on. And that's why it is best practice to have an evaluation done, or have an evaluation that lasts more than 10 years. Unfortunately, ours last more than 10 years, but we are at the threshold now, and we would have done that as an executive of getting the CPO and the government to agree to have a new job evaluation done, the extent to which we have already finished our JDs, job descriptions at the prison service level, using a consultant, an external service provider. The ministry would have agreed on it, and we are now procuring to get a company to do the job evaluation exercise, the terms of reference of which was already sent out, and it attracted proposals. I am part, as the then president, I am part of the tenders committee of the ministry, looking and evaluating those tenders at this point in time, as we speak. So we'll hear more who emerged victorious in getting the award of the contract, and the job evaluation exercise will start. So what has to happen going forward, and a strong recommendation I will give at this conference, so that we could ensure that the executive do what is necessary to effect it, is to have manuals made available to officers, because how job evaluation exercise work, the company as a foreign agent will come in and they will do surveys. They will approach different areas in the prison service, approach different officers and ask them to articulate to them what their job is. A lot of officers are very minimal in how they look at the job. Some will only describe the job in terms of absolute security terms. When I'm manning this gate, I have to make sure nobody comes through this gate, and this and that, but very minimal. So what we have to create, Mr. Logie, from this executive to your executive, we have to create manuals so that officers, and circulate it to officers, so that they will know exactly what their job is. Because what happened in the last job evaluation exercise, because of our responses in the survey, we undermined ourselves and our work. And that is why we were placed in the category that we were placed, like the security guards. The other thing that we have to also ensure, and we have already started at the tenders and evaluation committee, that we are compared to like jobs. Because what happened in the last job evaluation exercise, they compare prison officers to security guards, Wassa Police, Tiantec Police, Yara Security, TSTT Security. Thank God that some of those jobs at that time enjoyed significantly better pay than us. So we were able to move to close a market share gap within a reasonable limit. So thank God. But some of those companies are now dissolved. I'm here to tell you that Yara has been dissolved. Petrotrin is no more. They're going there in WhatsApp. So by the time we finish this job evaluation exercise, there may not be credible internal security companies that enjoy significant salaries to compare us to. And I think that is the intention of the state. So my recommendation, Mr. Logie, for this new executive and to the council to continue to keep the executive in check is to ensure that we are compared with like jobs. Luckily for us, one of the tenders, and I don't want to get into the tenants of the tenders and evaluation committee meetings because it is illegal for me to talk about what is going on there, but on the periphery, I can tell you that even the foreign company do not believe that we should be compared to jobs that are unlike the prison service, which is a plus to us because they will be advising the government. So we hope with good advocacy that we get compared apples with apples, orange with oranges, and so on. So that job evaluation exercise is on the way, and I hope this new executive continue to ensure that we are well represented in that process and the outcome is favorable to prison officers with the whole principle and philosophy of equal pay for work of equal value. That is what a job evaluation is about. Not about creating a hierarchy of jobs in the public service. It's about what you are worth, what you do, and what you are worth doing it. Right? One of the issues that we have that this new executive will be saddled with and have to deal with is that of the 33 specialist positions that arose as an anomaly out of the last job evaluation exercise. And anybody heard about the 33 specialist positions? Well, those specialist positions are persons who work in the construction area, persons who work in the veg, persons who work in infirmary, ration room, right? To name a few. These offices in the prison service are deemed to be doing above and beyond what the normal prison officer does. So they were evaluated and end up with higher scores. For example, the person in charge of construction, that position is a grade 4 position, which is equivalent to ASP. Although that person can be a grade 1 officer, he can be a grade 2 officer. But once he's performing in that position, he has to be paid as a grade 4 officer. Right? After that was reviewed in the geography exercise, there was supposed to be a assimilation process, or assimilate those positions into our rank system, and that we were not able to achieve over the years. And because we were not able to achieve that, we had cause to send it to the special tribunal. And the special tribunal, through Ms. Deborah Thomas Felix, the head of the industrial court, sent us back to the CPO, and a strong recommendation to treat it in a new job evaluation exercise was given to us. Today, that matter remains unresolved, and is a matter worthy of serious attention, Mr. Logie, and I hope you're taking notes, Mr. Logie, to all these areas that we have to treat with going forward. One of the other things that we were able to achieve, and I anticipate that the court matter will not obstruct it, I anticipate that, is the payment of meal allowances for all officers, whether or not on vacation leave. We were able to achieve that, so in the future, in the near future, we would hope that when all the smoke would have been cleared, by whatever means, that meal allowance for officers will be paid whether you're on vacation leave or you're on duty. It doesn't matter. Right? After extensive discussions, that is one of the things that we would have been successful in achieving. Another area that we achieved is in the area of acting prior to retirement. Not that we got the provision to move, but we got an understanding of an endeavor to get the position to move from 3 years continuous acting to 1 year. And the reason why that came about, because we articulated the Slumberger judgment and other court judgments that alluded to unfairness having a person in a position and not confirming them, or not giving them the benefits of that position beyond 1 year. So we have been successful right now as we speak. The CPO is drafting the cabinet note to send the cabinet to treat with that provision, consistent with some of the tenets in common law. Another area in collective bargaining that we would have been able to achieve, I wouldn't say it's an absolute achievement at this point in time, but we have gotten an understanding that our medical benefits need attention. Our medical benefits as prison officers is in dire need of attention. It is very normal for an officer to come to the association and complain that they're not paying for dental. When I go by the service provider, they're running men. When I go to the optical people, they're running men because people, the person paying the contract. It is very normal to go in the casualty in Port of Spain, department in Port of Spain, in Arima, in whatever area, and see prison officers and by extension servicemen lining up for treatment. So in other words, what the medical provision or that particular term of condition is doing to us is relegating us to an ordinary citizen. After we have been giving up our best, putting ourselves in a serious situation, being one of the key pillars of the state, we are not given that type of respect when it comes to medical benefits, and it always leads to the frustration of prison officers. So much so, there are persons who actually leave this job, and they would have told us that in the past, because of the medical benefits. It's not attractive at all, and to access it is a nightmare at times. So we have asked the government to treat with that. The Prime Minister would have articulated in the public domain that he's ready to treat it. The Minister of National Security is also in the public domain in Cabinet in a question and answer session from Mr. Wayne Mack, Senator Wayne Mack, that they are ready to treat with it. Both the Prison Service, Prison Officers Association, the Police Social Welfare Association will treat with the issue to get maybe a private provider and have the government pay for a provisor plan for prison officers. Everybody know how provisor works. As against the quantum plan, the provisor plan is where you pay your monthly subscriptions, and whenever a medical issue for which you are covered under that such plan arises, you don't have to go to the medical institution and pay up front. You may be able to pay a difference or a small difference, or you may have to pay none at all, dependent on how that provisor plan is done. So right now we're in talks with the state to have that done for the police and prisons, with fire now telling us that, hey, you want to be part of that too. But it is already on the way, and that is one of the areas, Mr. Louis, that you will have to continue, keeping intense discussions with the minister, because we know Mr. Fitzgerald is like making bones about the throughout my career as a representative. How we look at that. Talk, more talk, multiply by talk, divided by talk. Right? So that's an area that we have to continue beating our drums and treating with. And also treating with the regulations that deals with effecting such provisions. I just want to move on to the other area, and I know I'm being long-winded here. Quickly, discipline and tribunals. Discipline and tribunals are part of any organization, especially in the Western Hemisphere. Right? Management managed by using a range of different tools. They use tools geared towards motivating employees to higher levels of performance. They use compensation as part of motivating employees, although ambiguously, because compensation is ambiguous in the whole theory of motivation. There's arguments to and fro as to whether or not compensation will actually motivate persons. right? And I won't get into those theories, but that is one of the tools that management will use to motivate, and they also use punishment as a tool to get people to do what they have to do, to motivate people to do what they have to do in the interest of the organization. So that area of punishment as a management tool is regulated in Regulation 85, Regulation 90 of the Public Service Commission regulation. And from time to time, often officers run into issues where they would have committed or alleged to have committed infractions to the rules and regulations of the prison service, and they would have been investigated and to some extent, in some cases, given a charge. And two basic type of charges in Regulation 90 and Regulation 85. Regulation 90 are charges for where the Public Service Commission will adjudicate or will cause to be investigated and adjudicated, and Regulation 85 is where the Commissioner of Prison will cause to be investigated and subsequently adjudicated in a one-man tribunal. So I won't get into the finer details of that, but I'm to tell you over the years, this association has been fraught with continuous and a very high quantity, or what could be described as across the board, almost as if tribunal external matters to you. All of those matters were treated, right? Whether successfully or unsuccessfully, but for a very large extent, successfully. And I have no reason to believe or no reason to doubt the intention of this executive to continue in that vein and have an effective industrial relations department dealing with these matters that are too voluminous for me to get into. So again, Mr. Logie, Mr. Gordon, right? These are areas, and I know after having discussions in your preliminary, this short time as the secretary, you are looking to a vision in that area where you're looking to expand and develop through that capacity for the industrial relations department to manage those infractions and that part of that new internal discipline. And that is commendable, and I hope we continue on that vein. I just want to move on now to assets of the association. I'm going to move on to finance, but I'm humble when I see the outgoing finance officer here, who will be well articulate in delivering to you the status of the finances. But I will not steal his thunder, right? So I move on to assets of the association. When we came in office, in the earliest incarnation, because this executive is an evolution of executives that existed from 2006 to present. Different leaders at time, but generally same players, same core, right? When we came into office, we met a building as our asset, number 47 Donald Street, Port of Spain. Everybody know where that building is? We came in, we met that building as our sole material asset. And we, over the years, based on policy and direction, based on what our vision was for the POA, we embarked on trying to accumulate more wealth for our officers, and a significant part of acquiring wealth is acquiring physical assets, property. And we understood that. We subsequently moved from Donald Street, and that moving from Andondona Street to Tunapuna was born out of the Diaz brothers' killings. Not that we didn't want to move before, but what acted as a catalyst to cause us to move expeditiously is when those two brothers were killed. And there were rumors that the criminal element, because the association was on Dundana Street and those criminal elements existed in the environs of Port of Spain, heavily existed in the environs of Port of Spain, that plans to shoot up the association. And normally, on a Friday, for those who remember, on a Thursday, on a Friday, on weekends, there was a bar area in front, supported by the Constitution, under the remit of the first Vice President. And that bar area used to attract a lot of visitors, both prison officers and civilians, and they will accumulate in and around outside the bar area and so on. And it represented a very ripe moment for the criminal elements, who we got word were focusing on that activity, and that caused us to move to Tunapuna. When we moved to Tunapuna, we were paying rent in excess of $13,000 per month for a few years. But we did not have the luxury of choice, simply because we were trying to mitigate a security challenge, and we preferred to pay the rent than expose officers to their demise in that serious security challenge. So we went on to pay the rent, but that wasn't where our vision lied. And I'm pleased to say, in 2012, after securing victory in that election, that was my first incarnation as president of the Prison Officers Association. Mr. Gerard Gordon won his first election as General Secretary of the Prison Officers Association. Mr. Lester Logie was a then trustee on that executive. We came together to resolve that issue, and we decided to look to purchase a building. And guess who was the intermediary between us and the purchase of the building? None other than Mr. Lester Logie. Right? So our very first asset outside of what we already had. Right? Significant work was put in to acquire it, and then we are now at number 7 Railway Road, Aruka. But we did not stop there. We did not stop there. We were continuously looking for more property, more lands, because the wealth of an organization is vested partly on the amount of asset. In other words, the strength of the asset base. And I'm pleased to report to you, we now, in addition to that, own 1 acre of land in the Mausika area, right where, you all know where Ekiaf is, the agriculture place, in the back of Mausika, right? Exactly opposite that property, the agriculture, Ekiaf, that area, exactly opposite, housed an acre of land now belonging to your POA, your organization. So our asset base would have grown significantly over those years. We were estimated to have valued $1.8 million with the Dundana Street property. When we purchased and subsequently renovated number 7 Railway Road, we would have estimated to have value in excess of $4 million, which will include the Dundana Street and now the renovated property at Railway Road. And I'm certain with this new acquisition, based on the prime area that this land resides, we are well estimated over $7 million in terms of property, in terms of assets, well over $7 million. So we moved from 1.8 million in assets to well over 7 million in assets. And that is an achievement that we can boast about. And we hope that this new executive continue in that vein, because we had talks with the THA Secretary, and I told the General Secretary, we have to forge a link with the new THA Secretary, because he promised us that we will look for a piece of land to help us in mitigating some of our security challenges. A piece of land with a building, sorry. to help mitigate some of our security challenges, because we may need to move officers around as the security needs arise. So soon to be, hopefully, with the input of this new executive, you can see that dream realized where the POA can own a piece of land and a building in Tobago in this time. We will certainly play our part as a retiring committee to ensure and to give all the necessary information so that both Mr. God, Mr. Logie, and Mr. Lincoln Jones, the finance officer, can pursue that diligently, effectively and successfully as we go forward. The other area, and the last area I'll touch on before I allow the finance officer to come in and give his piece. The last area I want to touch on is audit. A very, very, very controversial word in the life of the Prison Officers Association of Trinidad and Tobago. Audit has been so controversial, it is often the subject of elections. It is the key subject that you will get on any campaign trail, on any election, not just in the POA, but also in other elections in different organizations, in national elections. In national elections, it is common to hear how a minister bad spend money, who thief, who do all this, because finances is the one area. If you lack the confidence in the organization, you lack the confidence in the persons who put themselves up for office, it can be their sure demise in terms of their ability to secure office. So you want to put a serious dent in someone's aspirations, put a serious dent in the minds of the public, in the minds of his constituents, is handling of finances. Right? So finances is a serious thing, and audit in the association is no doubt a very serious exercise. I just want to report to you, when we came in way back in 2006, there were never any audits in both the Prison Officers Association and by extension in the Prison Sports Club. And I talk about the Prison Sports Club because that is an area where we were challenging as a POA the need for them to treat with auditing finances or auditing their finances, because it's a membership club as well. But going back to the POA, the first audit of the POA was conducted and delivered for the year ending December 31st, 2013. Before that, there was an attempt, but not an audit, because I think finances were an issue then. So financial reports were done for, I think, about 2 or 3 years prior to that audit, but they were not audited reports. The difference between a financial report and an audit report is the auditor qualifying or unqualifying his financial findings. In other words, if the finances are seen questionable, the auditor will have that as a qualified audit, meaning I audit you, I look into your finances, but there are issues that you have to answer here. There are serious issues here. Serious challenges that you will not have to answer. An unqualified audit is an audit where the auditor comes in, look at the status of the account, check through everything and says, everything seems to be above board. There are no issues for which you all will have to answer and so on and so on. And I'm pleased to tell you, I am pleased to tell you, contrary to sometimes popular belief, that you would have had unqualified audits delivered to the membership 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, with 2017 and 18 in the auditor's hand. And we verily believe that we will have unqualified audits for those 2 years as well. So notwithstanding the various controversies, the various issues, and I'm not saying the POA is without issue. No organization is without issue. But I'm saying the POA, amidst all the issues, was still able to complete and deliver audited reports unqualified for those periods. 2013, to 2016, with 2017 and 2018 still on the way, and that will be expanded further by the Honorable Mr. Lee Davis, Exiting Finance Officer. So, it is our hope in going forward that the new executive try to treat with bringing the audit in a more timely manner. Because how audit is supposed to work in best practice, when you are in 2022, just speaking hypothetically here, when you are in 2022, you're supposed to be dealing with audits for 2021. Just like how the income tax return regime is done, and we should be treating in 2022, 2023, audits for 2017, 2018, and audits even further back. That is the one area I believe that we have to tighten up on and strengthen and put many resources, or all the resources necessary to have those audits done on time. Why? Because audit and financial reporting inspires a type of confidence that you cannot get anywhere else. In other words, you can treat it all the issues you treat it with, and confidence is inspired, but not to the extent of the type of confidence that will be inspired when you have audit reports being done properly and audit reports being delivered on time. And that I will admit, we haven't reached our ideal position as executive, and we will hope that the new incoming executive treat to that and close that gap. Close that gap. And for you, the council, to remind them ever so often to have that gap closed and to have audited financial report, not only on qualified, but also on time. That will inspire a new breed of confidence, and it will also minimize some of the talk we hear on the ground, some of the groundswell talking about finances and so on, because it will be a straight case of we are on board as regards to financial reporting. But we would have made a significant change in that moving from a time before 2010, somebody about before 2010, we'd have had no financial reporting from 1967. From 1967 to 2010, we'd have had no financial reporting, and we'd have started with financial reports, and then we graduated to audit reports. That in itself is a significant achievement. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, I am often accused of being long-winded. I'm often accused of being long-winded. And I just want to take the opportunity at this point in time before I take my seat to again congratulate the newly formed executive, to congratulate the president, the Jensen, the finance officer, and all other persons who have been successful in the last elections of the POA, and also members of the Council of Delegates. And I want to say on behalf of the retirement committee, the old guards, on behalf of all the persons who would have served, inclusive of myself, we thank you for that opportunity, for allowing us to serve you. We did not do everything, but we did try our best, and I'm certain based on what I have articulated here today, you would have seen that we made some inroads so that the new executive doesn't start from ground zero. They have paths for which they can follow and continue the good work. Even better than us, there's always an opportunity for betterment. You get better and better until you reach your optimum, and we hope that is in infinity. Right? So, again, on behalf of the retirement committee, all that is left for me to say at this time is that in any capacity, in any area that the new executive wish to engage me as an outgoing member or any other person from the outgoing committee, feel free to do so, Mr. Nogi. And of course, my predecessor is not here as yet. but he'll be here shortly. Mr. Hebron, being the first Vice President, feel free. We have an open door, an open line, right? And all I have to say at this point, what I need to say at this point, Sarah Richards, over and out.
Thank you very much, outgoing President Mr. Sarah Richards. Don't forget, folks, we are streaming live on the Celebration Network, so to our viewing members of the Prison Officers Association, we welcome you all and thank you for joining on the live stream. Please help me welcome to electing the outgoing General Secretary to bring his report. Please help me welcome Mr. Lester Walton.
Thank you very much. I don't know what else I could say after that long speech. Well, that will show you what a General Secretary has to face sometimes is condense it all, and the President said, in 5 minutes. So, let me first start by recognizing everybody who's here. Persons who are watching via live stream, the new elected Prison Officers Association Executive. That's the mic. Thank you very much. All right, let me start by first presenting the report that will account for my stewardship as General Secretary, and at the same time speak about my experiences in my role over the last 4 years. We all know that representing prison officers can be a most challenging, complex, at times frustrating, but yet rewarding task that anybody could face, especially me as General Secretary. Simply because of the complex issues that prison officers face on a daily basis. Over the years, I would have utilized and shaped my functions around effective, timely communication, with a view of always providing communication that builds relationships while managing expectations. We all know that communication is key in being an effective General Secretary. It is paramount in building healthy relationships with all stakeholders, especially our members. A General Secretary's time is not his own. Weekends, holidays, late night, early morning, your input and intervention, advice is always required. However, what makes me as a General Secretary in answering those calls, no matter what, is a genuine love for people. If you are not a people person, then you cannot be a General Secretary. We represent workers, we represent officers who come to the association seeking help. I remember one of my first experiences, I would like to share, the individual is here, that was key in serving the members was seeing an officer who was on suspension for over 5 years or more, getting about $100 salary and working, doing labor work. I didn't know the individual, but I approached him, he told me the situation, and the important thing as a General Secretary and anybody who's serving in the association is saying what you will do and following it and doing it, actually doing it. We were able to contact the Service Commission Department We went to a joint select committee where we raised his particular issue and were able to find out that he actually fell through the crack. And with the intervention of the association, although his matter was determined more than 2 years, his suspension was never lifted. So with the intervention of the association, it was lifted, it was reinstated and compensated. And that person is here today in the council. I don't know if that's the reason he chose to serve, but I always remember that particular situation. Because we are here to serve the members and help them out. Because sometimes as an association, we may help individuals and the membership wouldn't really know because things are very personal. But it is something that we are tasked to do. And again, if you're not into serving members and other officers, you're in the wrong field. Over the years, we have built and strengthened relationships with our various service providers, including networking to provide to the needs of prison officers, which include the eye supporter service. At that time, it was piloted and partnered in 2019 between the POA and Nico Diabetes. We also have council members here who was serving in that capacity. We had further negotiation with insurance providers, Guardian Life, Fire, Sajiko, in providing medical, motor, and life insurance, to name a few. Bridging the gap between the Office of the Minister of National Security, Police Commissioner, and the association in attempting to address safety issues. Some may say it was not enough during our tenure, but we learned to manage our expectations. We all know as heads of associations and unions that our members' expectations are very high. Housing, safety and security, matters of promotion, arrears of overtime, poor working conditions and a lack of resources are some of the daily issues which come through the General Secretary to the Executive. We as an association were able to address some on an individual and a collective basis, but not all, which is never understandable to a member. Every member that Another challenge for this executive, I was surprised that the president didn't raise it, was at least 2.5 years out of our term, we went through the COVID-19 pandemic. And within that, the association even had to intervene because we needed to defend the rights of choice over what some seem deemed for the greater good in attempting to bring measures to prolong public officers' salary who were not vaccinated. This association had our own views, but we stood up and defended our members on the side of choice. Thank God we were able to manage for the next few years to where we are today. Promotion exams were delayed for 2 years, along with negotiations, which sadly is unresolved, well at least for second division. See the color I'm wearing right now? Black. There's a reason I'm wearing this color. As we look to manage relationships, our association will have held meetings with our brothers of other associations and unions with a view of charting a way forward towards getting our just dues for all our members. However, this is where division and separation becomes the enemy to collective standing. Not only in matters of negotiations, but in issues of assessment, promotion, allocation of resources. It is truly a true statement, united we stand and divided we fall. As an association and General Secretary, numerous communications would have been sent out demanding proper allocations and release of resources. But today we are still saddled by broken down vehicles, aged infrastructure, lack of security equipment, including functional alarms, camera systems, while we continue to report all is quiet and correct. We have become the make it work service, and let me see how I can do it without uniform, without overtime, without vehicles, without support, yet still we function daily. This service needs the order of Trinidad and Tobago, or more than that, we need the respect and recognition for the key role we play to this country. Despite this, some of the achievements that would have been made over the years are as follows. Through advocating, through meetings, we were able to receive the provision of staff-proof vests and firearms from the Ministry of National Security, though insufficient. Holding consultation with the Attorney General in shaping the Miscellaneous Provisions Law Enforcement Act number 25 of 2019, which made key changes in the laws which govern the protection of prison officers on and off duty as they continue to serve. Amendments to the Firearms Act to allow the Commissioner of Prisons to arm prison officers while off duty. Starting the job evaluation exercise for prison officers, which will determine how we are compensated for the task we perform. It is at a stage where we are selecting the appropriate provider to carry out the evaluation through a tendering process. Over the last 4 years, we have forged relationships with financial and other institutions, including businesses to provide needs of our members, as Republic Bank, First Citizens Bank, GMMB, Clico Credit Union, Venture Credit Union, Guardian Life, Sagicor, through the Heroes Plan, Call Fire, Shamas Tire Services, 5As, Extra Foods, Facades, Mirage Westside, Westbees, Unique Bookstores, Mohammed's RIK, and now Sharon's Bookstores, Ports, via our food and education voucher system. Signing a memorandum of agreement to a justification entitlement of prison officers and the establishment of our own grievous procedure to deal with matters that relate to our terms and conditions of employment. As I say, I'm bringing what Mr. Richard said in 5 minutes. It grew by 500 officers over the period to almost 3,000 members at present. Renovations and relocation of the POA office from downstairs to upstairs at our number after being flooded out in 2021. Acquiring an acre of land for the use of Prison Officers Association in Mausika from the Minister Rambaran, the then Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries. In going forward as an executive, and this goes out to the council as well, how do we continue to build relationships in an atmosphere that often has much mistrust? Are we going to build up, or are we seeking to mash up? It is really sad that in the halls of our organization, we focus on fighting the wrong fight, while the trade union movement and association bodies which represent workers continue to be undermined by the government and those tasked to bring no relevance to what our past leaders had fought for. Again, united we stand and divided we fall. Comrades, solidarity forever. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to invite next on our agenda this morning to bring the finance report, the outgoing finance officer, Mr. Lee Davis.
It was
was my second stint as the finance officer of the Prison Officers Association, having the privilege to serve Mr. Richard's first term, took a hiatus, and then jump back in at the last election prior to this one. I won't go into all the issues, but it was interesting, it was work, but yet it was a privilege having to serve you. Alright, so and then in my first 3-year term in 2015, the audited financials for that year, we had assets of $7,156,964 and liabilities being in the tune of $4,729,544, with retained earnings of $1,127,420 and a revaluation surplus of $1,300,000. Right, and that is in keeping with Mr. Richard's assertion that is when we finally got the audited, but not audited, but the management accounts done. In completing the second term, spanning the period from 2019 till present, I can say that we have been able to be in a more favorable position. Based on management accounts, so far we have assets of $10,089,724 and liabilities of $8,910,939, with retained earnings of $1,178,785, inclusive of the revaluation surplus. Alright, based on our current income and expenditure statement for the period ending 2022, our income reads at $3,736,122. $86. Started, we realized we had an income of $3,152,000. Our expenditure at that time $1,591,100. The income was for 2020 was $19. The expenditure was $427 consecutive $1,871,000. The expenditure we had paid out was $2,811,111. Period 2019 to 2021, $14,119,000, and the expenditure we get $7,940. Gradually increased to $3.7 million in 2022 due to the following factors. An initial assessment: one, increased membership, as Mr. Walter alluded to, of around 500, and also part of that was the increased facilities that we had we went into to offer to officers, food vouchers, the tire, and other facilities, mechanic facilities, book vouchers and all that. Was able to generate some income based on some charges that we were for handling the officers' needs. Alright, our increase in expenditure was due also to the following factors. Increase in legal fees by officers, legal and professional fees would have increased, renovations which we had to undertake to bring the current facility up to the scratch, especially after the flooding, and overall increased cost of living, which we can appreciate with other acquisitions and purchases and whatnot. Gas prices would have gone up, and over the years would have also caused our expenditure to increase. and of course increased demands from our members. Right? We have officers coming with different issues from time to time, and we just cannot leave them, and these things do operate at a cost. All right, our assets, as Mr. Richards so glamorously pointed out in 2015, and again thanks to Mr. Logie, we acquired the whole DPOA at number 7 Railway Road. All right, the cost was 1.8 million, and as the years went by, the valuation will increase. That yet to be finalized. This is our largest asset to date, the last valuation of 3 million from Linden and Scott Limited after building upgrades of 1.4 paid over 340,000 each year in mortgage and have until 2018, which is the completion date, 2028 for that mortgage. The total cumulative mortgage loan is 2.7 million, leaving a little more than $500,000. Half of our mortgage liability left to be paid. So we're meeting it and getting it done over the period. We also have loan liabilities to our bill of $1,480,000 as of December 31st, 2022. These current liabilities include payable member savings and members insurance, etc. So what we collect from the officers is also a liability for us, which we have to pay out to them in member savings and insurance, etc. So those will be regarded as liabilities. We currently have audited financial, well, going on to be audited and published up to 2016 and 2017, 2018, up to 2016 being worked on and should be delivered very shortly. We had a lot of challenges, especially the COVID-19. For 2.5 years, we had some challenges with the flood and the moving of documents and all that. So that slowed us down from getting the audits completed and done. All right, and of course, Mr. Richards did explain a little more on some of the issues regarding the audit, but at the end of the day, we're getting it done, and we're making sure that all the controls and all the different things that we have in place to ensure that everything is up to scratch is being in place, Currently our welfare, we're on to welfare, which is one of the most important, or I should say, function of the finance department. Our welfare program comprises of loans, donations, general and funeral grants. In 2022, our welfare fund was $188,000. Our welfare activity was summed up to be $188,000. Our 2019 to 2022 consolidated welfare was around $444,000. This increased as the needs of officers. The welfare committee has been faced with, as the needs of officers, which has been faced with numerous situations to address with limited resources, but POA has been committed to helping them out with this, of the distress. Now, some of these issues, gentlemen and ladies, are very heart-wrenching. I mean, some of these issues you wouldn't believe what our officers go through, from illness, the spouse, children, disasters, fires, flooding, divorces, set people back, and other issues, and the officers come for help, and we can't leave them. We cannot leave them. So, it is what it is. We have to do what we have to, and we have to continue to look out for our officers. All right, the process is a very stringent one. For the most part, the case is examined, and we try to assist as best as we could and as much as we could. All right, we included also the safety and security aspect of welfare which is a lot of officers, as you well know, would be under threat, would have to be relocated. Some officers, they threat, and in some cases, they are pulled for firearms, come at very short notice. They don't have $5,000 and $6,000 put on, and I'm using it as an example. And they need to purchase the firearm. And I make no bones about putting that in the space to at least help them with the safety and security of the family, and we step up. Some officers need cameras immediately because the threat is imminent. Some officers need to be relocated and rejoin the entire family because the threat is imminent. And I'm talking from a personal experience. I myself would have had that experience in 2021 and 22, and it was not nice. But I didn't have to get relocated, thank God. So we needed to make sure that that safety and security aspect was involved in the welfare department, and we had to put aside finances to assist at short notice. Our small loans increased during and after COVID-19 pandemic and officers' financial situation, that you might be well aware, spouses losing their jobs, children losing their jobs for that period, some people losing spouses due to the pandemic, to the illness, and it put increase on the demand or the request for such assistance for officers, and we had to step up. The cost of living definitely increased drastically, and 3 consecutive years of flooding, climate change, ladies and gentlemen. We saw it move from 330,000 in 2019 to 450,000 in 2022. Alright, so that was the welfare aspect of it. I would implore that the new executive be at the cusp and be receptive to continue to extend. And I will say this also, that we get requests from the prison administration also for some officers, they too ashamed, or some officers just fearful of the controversy and they find themselves in problems. The prison administration would have known about it, and they direct the officer to the Prison Officers Association to see how best we can alleviate the situation. Alright, moving on to members' benefit. The retirement we paid out consolidated over the period was $632,000. In 2022 we paid out $274,000. Alright, so we have officers retiring, and we have a little token of appreciation for them. Alright, and I would say this, that we had in 2022, 40% of all that we paid out under the consolidation was in 2022. We see a lot of officers calling it as day. Some might have reached the compulsory retirement. Some might have said, you know what, can't make again, and calling it a day. So that is something I think the new executive should look at. This sudden increase in people leaving the job. Alright, we encourage members to join our CUNA. Alright, one of the benefits we have is the death benefit. With the CUNAs, in some cases we would have had officers died and would have received a benefit that they would have been paid to, but it's not enough. And we have had scenarios where officers, when it was time to bury them, the families were not able to meet the expense, and we had to offer assistance. Alright, we have the CUNA with employ officers to continue to pay into that, and employ your fellow officers to become part of the CUNA insurance, so that in the event of that scenario, the family wouldn't be further distressed financially. Alright, part of the projects that the Prison Officers Association offered was training and development. Alright, we have increased the number of schools we partner with to offer, in some cases, scholarships. As we well aware with industrial relations, we have Cipriani, we have CITEL, School of Higher Learning, where we have arrangements for them to pay to assist officers who are willing to further their education. We see the need to invest in our knowledge and of the knowledge base and in knowledge capital of our members, and this will improve their overall ability to function in the workplace in a higher capacity. One of the big debts, legal and professional fees. The main function of the Prison Officers Association is to provide for its members representation in disciplinary and legal matters that officers would have faced from time to time. We are aware that we operate in a very litigious environment, and we have had the issues of, one, the promotion issues, secondly, health and safety, and thirdly, officers being brought before the courts for activities on the job. These do come at a cost, and in 2019, our legal fees were around $220,000 at that point in time. In 2022, it elevated to around $500,000, and for the period, we paid out at least $1,300,000 in legal fees. All right, so we can very well for legal fees have been growing and increasing. Cost of representation is increasing. We also had, I would have observed that a few matters would also be engaging the courts on behalf of the Prison Officers Association. That would have increased. Legal matters surrounding promotion issues that have gone to trial, members experiencing hardship with working conditions, health and safety, and have been subjected increasingly to litigation by our charge in regards to work-related incidents. We continue forward with issues surrounding assessment and so on, promotion, and it is expected that officers will continue to come to the association to take up their matters, thus putting more demand on the finances to secure their much entitled promotion, representation and relief for the different issues. Legal costs continue to increase, and the more complicated the issue becomes, as you're well aware, the greater the legal cost. The legal landscape of the prison officer has changed drastically, in my view, over the 50 years that I have been in service, and we must be prepared to meet these challenges. There are still a lot of outstanding issues with regards to past salary negotiations, and we saw what happened last night. I wish I was in a capacity to comment on it, but I was holding my tongue. No, I will, and I expect that the Prison Officers Association Second Division will do due diligence to ensure that at least the correct, humane, and right issues are ventilated and represented. And this, gentlemen and ladies, is an indication of some of the hardships I think we should expect going forward. We also incur professional fees relating to internal and external audit, an approximation of $135,000 over the past 4 years, and we expect these fees to increase on completion of 2017 and 18 audits. We have had consolidated legal fees of, well, as I mentioned earlier, $1,210,000, raised to over $500,000. Again, just to indicate that we need to commit to that. I would implore to that our new executive tie this in with the training and development of officers, because some of the issues, notwithstanding the fact that we operate in a prison, that things will happen, but with proper training and management, some of these issues may not escalate to court, because when we do what we have to do on the ground, you find that it wouldn't go to trial because all I's and T's were crossed. And that will only come with proper training and effective management. So part of the process also to our implore to you to make my trade easier as an up-and-coming senior officer, to ensure that we get the correct middle managers, the proper training, directing the entire process by which officers understand the job so that the job can be easier for everybody, especially in more trying and times to come. Income generation, which is, something that always fluid, and it has been the cry of the period to increase our benefits to members. In this landscape where our costs are always increasing, we have to look at future income generation methods, and using the current facilities we have, which is offering these facilities to officers, is one of the ways that I thought we come together to assist officers and generate some income, which goes back to the officers. But we also assist with the football club, which is now playing in the Premier League, and we have other different, like the prison shooting club, and other endeavors which officers participate in, that the Prison Officers Association extends its gratuitous hand to ensure that officers have a place that they can be comfortable in. All right, we started looking at different investment portfolios with RBC and other partners. We looking at money market funds, and different requests were put out to probably invest in stock portfolios and different baskets of facilities. But the way how the financial markets seem to be up and down, we need to be a little more vigilant on how we're looking at it. All right, then the assistance going forward that might be required, please feel free. All right, let's see what to do to help out. All right, but the COVID-19 has put a lot of that intention on back burner for the last 3 years. We hope that safe forms of investment will continue to be looked at and perused by the incoming executive. All right, as we realize land and real estate is always a safe option, so guys are stepping right the option that we have put forward, and we hope it will continue. All right, our cost of operation has increased and will increase with the public utilities increase we're looking at in the next couple of months or weeks. All right, rent, salaries for staff, office supplies and furniture, etc. have all seen increases in cost to provide them. It is also expected that more services will also be required to increase the value of service for the prison officer, which the POA has an obligation to provide. A situation that we need to look at is the computerization and the continuing elevation of our computerization system, our computer systems, and the upgrade should be getting underway pretty soon. I would anticipate that will be the first project of the new executive to make sure that we are able to meet all the requirements going forward to increase our services to officers from a digital standpoint. All right, so that comes the end of my tenure. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take the opportunity to thank you all for giving me the privilege. I wish I could have continued, but I guess my calling in Trinidad and Tobago prison service will take me to different places. I will hope that my experience will carve out in the minds of the membership and the executive, despite my ascendancy for however long and in whatever place, that sense of trust and belief that all agencies in the prison service working for you. All right, for those who so willing, please feel free to please, at the end of the day, if something not going how you think it should go, I'll use my professional experience, if you want to call it that. I always have Alright, and I say that to say that it was really a privilege having to serve you all and continue to look for the opportunity to serve you all moving forward. Alright, for the new executive, congratulations, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Rudy, Mr. Joseph, and others. All right, and to your outgoing executive, Mr. Richard, I want to say it was was a privilege, sir, having gotten to know you, Mr. Walcott also, to work with you all to try and meet the needs of the prison officer in these trying and tumultuous times and very unpredictable times too. Alright, and I anticipate that the unpredictability will also increase, and we have to always be able to set buffers to meet those times when they come. Alright, so on that note, ladies and gentlemen, all the best and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're about to witness at the head table, the center stage, is Mr. Sir Richards, the outgoing president, is now going to hand over the chair to the incoming president, Mr. Gerard Gordon, and thereafter Mr. Richards will join the Council of Delegates. Please put your hands together as we welcome this handed over. Yeah, man. Good camaraderie and sportsmanship in the two. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Richards, our outgoing president, and please let me welcome to the lectern this morning to bring the president's greeting on behalf of the Tobago Prison Service Association, Mr. Gerard Gordon. Please put your hands together.
Good afternoon, council members, executive, especially invited guests. Good day. First, let me apologize for my late arrival. I'm not in the best of health. I know some people were having some laughs, asking me if I needed some elderly type people assistance. But it's not that bad. Mr. Mitchell promised me 2 Gatorade. Mr. Mitchell, and we just need that intervention sooner than you think. But good afternoon, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure to address you all at this occasion, which is certainly called for at and within our Constitution. In the early days after the elections, and in speaking with my General Secretary, Mr. Logie, I recognize that we were certainly on the same page as it relates to how we wanted to move forward in the management of officers' business and dealing with issues and those challenges that face us. I will deal with 4 main issues that we hope. Sometimes you have to choose your battles, and one could see easily from the incident, I have to call it, that happened yesterday, that the environment is a forever changing one. And if we don't remain focused and focus on our real mandate and don't set those to do a lot, anything. So one of the first things that we plan to focus on is something I know some of you all would have heard me say before, is a roadmap to home ownership that does not include HDC. The HDC route, or whatever you may call it, has stolen away many good years of officers' lives waiting for an allocation. And when you touch into your 40s, we all know that the bank is not as willing to give you a mortgage. Agreed? In who helps themselves. I've already begun some preliminary discussions with lending institutions to develop a home ownership plan. Because isn't it strange, if you wanted to buy, what do they call it, the Hilux, the fancy Hilux. How much for a fancy Hilux? Almost 400,000, not so? If you go to the bank and ask them for that same money to buy a piece of land, it's all kind of hoops and jump through, and it handles 0% done with that. Agreed? But I am saying that there is a need to get officers into home ownership sooner, which will provide a sense of security that many have a burning desire to have. So that's one. Two, there's going to be a deep focus on education of the membership. We see far too many times we rely on hearsay and who say and who remember, and no fault of the officers who engage in that sort of discourse. But it is our hope to make it easier to dispel any of the questions, misunderstandings that officers have as we daily engage this most alien of environments called the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service. I say alien because as prison officers, all of us, none of us, played with a prison officer toy. Nobody told us what it was like, and even if they gave you an idea, not until you reach and you're in it for yourself, you recognize exactly how alien it is. So true education will be focusing both on those things internal, the 1838 Act, the Code of Conduct, general orders, because they are general orders that still exist. They were never rescinded since in the 1960s, the 1970s, that everybody don't know where it is, but they will find it when they have to charge you with something. All of a sudden it will pop up. We need to dispel that level of, or that lack of knowledge and access to that sort of information. Thanks. Additionally, where education is concerned, we're speaking about the external. I've already gotten a proposal, because you will see the government's failing attempt once again through the amendment to the Firearms Act to so-called, to pretend to treat with the challenge that we face, that everyone ignores until it's on their doorstep. And that is the murder of our brothers more times than some of us will want to remember. But we have been clamoring and continue to clamor and ask that officers be armed. The arrangement that the Act now speaks to is not what we want. We do not want the commissioner to have sole control over whether an officer has an opportunity. That is what we are asking for. An opportunity to protect himself. That is insufficient. I want you all to pay close attention, because I sat for 11 hours and probably 56 minutes on that day while it was debated in Parliament, and heard all manner of foolishness all manner of foolishness, only to realize that the head of the SSA has no caveat in the arming of his personnel. Could anybody tell me how many SSA personnel have ever been murdered as a direct result of their duty? Anybody? Zero. We have lost close to 30 officers in 2 decades. But we have to rely on a commissioner if he believes we are under threat. That is what written in the act and the amendment. We are all under threat. Every one of us. So that is something that we're going to treat with. Part of treating with that is preparing both the armed and the unarmed. There's a course that is going to be a revolving course, because when we talk in firearms, there's something called muscle memory. There are things you learn that you have to do over and over and over again until it becomes second nature. God helps those who helps themselves. And then the third item, we are going to be doing a very aggressive outreach program. When I say outreach, I mean this. I've heard for years officers bemoan why I have to come to the office, why I have to do this, and why I have to do that. And some will say, but it's your business. But when you're in leadership, sometimes you take a different view of the issue. And I am saying we have to regain the trust of the members. We are just over 2,900 individuals who form the Prison Officers Association, working across all stations, various shifts in different sections. So starting this month, I'm going to be putting out a timetable for visits. It is something I said, and I'm keeping that promise, where myself, the General Secretary, possibly the Industrial Relations Officer once he's available, the one day by CPO agreement that the President has, every week he's going to be on a station for the day. It is important to meet people where they are. And it is my hope that in doing this, that in being there with you, that we start to regain and rebuild that trust that is necessary for the challenges that we have to face, have been facing, and the challenges to come. Finally, the use of technology. We are behind time. As a member organization, there's information that should be readily available, and it will become available via our soon-to-be relaunched website and mobile app, where an officer, besides being able to access monthly reports, etc., he would be able to access his account at the association, because everyone knows that we provide a lot of services. Sometimes people can't remember, but I take food voucher and then them train I go to school, so I take book voucher and then WhatsApp, play something with the tail, and 2-tire bus, and the battery rim and all kind of weird thing. So you have had to come and get some support, but it is our view that this too is a tool that we can utilize to open up ultimately back to its rightful owners, who is the membership. I do not own the Prison Officers Association. I am a member just like you, Mr. Logie, Mr. Walker, the other members of the executive are simply placeholders to do the best that we could in the 3 years that we have to stand where you cannot stand, because we cannot carry 2,900 people to meet the CPO or to meet the minister or talk to the commissioner. So I would just like to say this, because you know that my phone has not stopped ringing since yesterday evening. News of the most laughable news I've ever heard in my life. It's not until the reporter actually said the release from the CPO that I got serious, because I really thought it was a joke. Let me tell you all something, and this is my full belief. The government does not want this matter to go through the special tribunal. All how I think about it, what is this case that you will do an illegal act, sign with an organization with no recognition status, that represents part, and a very small part too, of a huge department, division of the Ministry of National Security. Why? Why do that? So we have some battles ahead. I'm telling you all that we are prepared to stay the course unless otherwise guided by the membership. But our dates remain the same. First week of May, 3 days, the 2nd, 4th, and 5th, I believe, is our trial dates. And we continue to prepare to deal with that and treat with that issue. So I won't be long. Again, we'll be going on with the agenda. But I'd just like to say thank you again for your patience. Thanks for the Gatorade, Mitch. But we will be dealing now and moving on to the resolution of a tie at MSP and GGP by the council. This tie involved members, 2 at MSP, namely Ms. Marsha Wilkinson and Mr. Kevin Braffett. The other 2 are Martin Reek, Jeffrey Bunyan of the Golden Grove Prison. Just excuse me 2 seconds. Mitchell. thank you. Right, so in this resolution, and attempting to be fair and open, and quickly, the type some people will be quick to speak to interference. I am presenting two options to the members here to have these ties at the two stations resolved. So I'm giving you all two options. You all will vote. We will name one option, option A. The other option will be option B. Option A would be casting, for want of a better term, a flip of a coin. Each member in the tie will select heads or tails. Listen. That would be option A. Whoever gets the selection will be installed on the council. Is by where would vote. The issue and challenge with the second option is that they being on the list in the first place was based on the votes of the people on their station. And we have people from different stations present here. So I know I don't have to read and spell for anybody as to some of the peculiarities that could arise with that. But those are the two options. So option A, flip of a coin. Option B is that we vote amongst ourselves and we decide. So we will do it. I think we have the place here ram out totally, and I know somebody can give me a quick count. What we choosing here is option. So if you're choosing option A, just by a show of hands, who is for option A? Nobody. So we know option it is. What? Choosing what? The option. We're choosing the option. No. so again, from Mr. Nanku and others, those who choose option A, just by a raise of hands, just put your hand up. Nice. So, option B. So I guess it's option B, Mr. Logie. Option B. Yes, Mr. Fraser.
Then I might back Mr. Fraser.
council member, just in light of this period of the association, because the other two options might be fraught with some issues. So if it is, the people who would be able to ratify and make that decision are here today as a council.
Correct.
If the council is willing to take into consideration that, I think that we could take a vote.
Go ahead, sorry.
This situation with regards to the constitution is silent about the use. So the council of delegates can make the choice, but the courtesy must be extended to persons involved to agree that that can be the process used. So if the council say, well, okay, we love choice B, is now up to the chair as a matter of courtesy to cement the records, to ask kindly of the four persons, are you all willing, based on the council decision, to move forward with this matter? So once there's an acceptance, then there's no issue. It can withstand scrutiny. There's no issue. I don't see any issue.
Any? No. It's just...
This situation is a very tricky situation because you're going to ask somebody in Woman Prison or Tobago to vote for a council at MSP, and then you're going to ask somebody from another station to vote for a council at Woman Road. And I feel we have to be careful with how we do that. Because at council, the constitution, while silent about the people that die, the constitution is clear on where the council comes from and how the council comes about. So I feel we need to look at that. I want to suggest we try to copy a lot of our rules for the election, out of the election and out of this commission. And we can look and see when there's a tie in a local election, how is that treated? Because there are records. I can remember off the top of my head, there was a time in the Rio Claro Corporation 1-2-3-3, and I think something similar in Superior. And it was settled.
What did they do, Mr. Mitchell?
They draw lots.
Explain.
Well, it's like coconut, right? But then what was said is that every member has the same choice, has the same chance of being successful. So I just say is that to earn decide a portion, because I feel it unfair to MSP for going to vote to decide who should represent the MSP.
We have any other comment from the floor? So we had Mr. Fraser who made a suggestion. The thing about that suggestion for me is that everyone who would have placed their name on a nomination paper and be nominated showed a willingness to serve their fellow officers. I wouldn't want to discourage that. That is what I like about the suggestion brought forward by Mr. Fraser. And although on the agenda there provides for, it's at 10 amendments to the POA Constitution, I think what we could do with the agreement of the council, could we, or would we agree? No. Would we agree to having this resolution of the tie held over until we have all the amendments to the POA Constitution completed, where that could form part of those deliberations and have the resolution, because if we agree in principle that for this term, because of the peculiar circumstance, we allow the 2 extra people on the various stations to serve, then there's no need for us to vote. I know, but they don't have to there.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, in response to that, you still have a problem with officers stating that they have a right to vote, they have a right to part of any resolution. So I believe with some Fraser's recommendation, we are going to be an easy fix. Because if you increase the number by 1 on those 2 stations, I don't see that any leader issue.
No.
And you really articulated where you said that they would have shown their readiness to serve.
Yes.
So maybe it's a good sort of gesture on your part and in fact the council having shown that interest that we simply maybe increase each station by 1 to accommodate. Maybe I use but in going forward, we don't want to deny them the ability to provide
No, well, the fact of the matter is, moving forward, all of the discussions that we have now is to bring us up a point of moving forward. They already voted A or B, they choose B. Subsequent to that, Mr. Fraser made a suggestion. I could say that he should have done it before or whatnot, but nothing wrong with that. Yeah, Mr. Walker.
Let me just say something. You see, we have to make sure that the council is not setting precedents that will create situation going forward. Because women prison had 4 times what they were higher in the council level. So in future elections, there's a possibility that it will happen several times.
Yes.
So we have to know which we did today, or now, or whenever.
Yes.
So that
no, but what I'm saying is that if the plan is moving forward from today, is that every year we are going to have the annual conference. And my thinking is that the fact that we're here today, having the conference as we have in it, speaks to us moving in a new direction and doing things differently. The council is present, and what I'm saying is, for future reference, in a year's time, after we think and people would have gotten whatever advice, we can then come back to the same council, and they can make, this is not to say that this is going to be set in stone forever and ever. I'm not going to say that it's going to be set and then before the next election the council will never have met again to determine if it was right or wrong. Right? So I want to, as chairperson, I want to introduce a third option for the council to decide. So I know that we already said B, which is we vote. I am offering C now for the council to accept that in this instance only, and I want to be very specific with the wording, in this instance, right Mr. Fraser? In this instance only, because of the peculiarity that we agree in principle and in action to have the 2 additional positions, 1 at Golden Grove and 1 at the maximum security prison, added to the council number moving ahead, and it will be addressed before the next election as to how we address those, how we address ties, or if this circumstance is to occur again. had A, we had B. Mr. Fraser came after. He made a suggestion. I'm introducing C to include the 2 additional positions. So I'm putting it to the council. There's not no secret ballot by a show of our hands, and somebody will check for me how many people are in agreement. Please.
Well, I several chairs and of the council do raise a motion exactly as articulated by the president to have this resolved by allowing 2 persons to serve on the council based on the factors highlighted by the president. For this, 2 very factors highlighted by the president. All those things are
Seconded by Fraser. Council. All 4, the motion as articulated by Mr. Sir Richards. Motion carried. I would like to invite or indulge the assistance of the election committee as we go of our agenda, amendments to the POA Constitution. So we have a number of amendments. For ease of reference, how would you all like me to do it? Do it one by one, or you want me to read all? One by one. One by one. So the first, amendment to the POA Constitution, as listed, is the change of address of the POA to 5 Railway Road Aruka. You know, we have always been saying 7, but that has since been corrected. We are actually number 5 Railway Road Aruka. That was changed by T.T. Horse We were informed of same, so that is the justification surrounding that particular issue. So I know that is number one, but that is not subject to a vote. All right. Number two is having 2 grievance officers. Justification needed to deal with the new grievance process. They will not be on the executive committee. They will serve on the grievance committee, which is chaired by the industrial relations officer. Their appointments are made by the management committee and ratified by the executive committee. They are to be appointed based on competence and not elected. So, election committee. So, So I'm being directed by my secretariat. We will do a show of hands. So all for the addition of 2 grievance officers who will work alongside the industrial relations officer on the grievance committee. All for, by a raise of hands, please.
You must know.
I think it's not boxing ourselves into 2. No. It's the issue is we have none currently, and without being able to, I understand where you're coming from because we don't know what sort of load, but it doesn't stop us from making additions here and after. 2 or more, Mr. Ramanan. All right, so Mr. Ramanan suggested that instead of, Mr. Ramanan, I invite you if you would like to make that change, that you move a motion, please.
To speak, people need to
I, Delegates Ramanan, would like to propose to amend the proposed amendment to the Constitution as read to include the words or more after the first word 2.
Seconded.
elected for that position. And the same for is very vague and very open. Should they have 2 or more, but not more than?
I think we getting a little further ahead of ourselves without us knowing in the first instance exactly what the workload is going to look like. Setting the parameters too rigid could find us in some difficulties when we need the additional people. Notwithstanding, the executive is able to co-opt officers to do different tasks from time to time. It is important that we have this designation placed on the record. So it is not about it being too loose or just open. There is no need for a cap. The management committee will manage that, especially in consultation with the industrial relations officer. So it's as the need becomes necessary. That is what Mr. Ramanan said. He said 2 or more. You see, when you're doing things like this, and if you get too specific, you tend to box yourselves in, and that is what Mr. Ramanan attempted to resolve by the addition of the words or more. Alright? So all in favor of the motion, the amendment to the proposed amendment to the Constitution of 2 grievance officers to 2 or more grievance officers as advanced by Mr. Ramanan. All in favor by show of hands. All against? Any abstentions? 2. 2 abstentions. Motion carried. Amendment ratified by council. Number 3. Number 3 on the list of proposed constitutional amendments, additional deputy industrial relations officer to do internal tribunals, justification, needed to deal with the increasing number of cases at internal tribunals and also to serve on the grievance committee.
additional specific responsibility of assisting with internal tribulations.
By show of hands, who seconded? Sorry, Richard. By a show of hands, all in agreement to this amendment? Alright, so do we have any against? Any abstentions? One. Amendment carried. Number 4, current clause in the Constitution, section 6B. It reads, the Deputy Industrial Relations Officer shall act in the capacity of the Industrial Relations Officer in the absence of the Industrial Relations Officer. He shall be specifically assigned to the area of discipline. He shall report to the Industrial Relations Officer and executive at all meetings. Proposed amendments. The Deputy Industrial Relations Officer shall act in the capacity of Industrial Relations Officer in the absence of the Industrial Relations Officer. 1, shall be specifically assigned to the area of discipline, and the other to grievance handling. They shall report to the Industrial Relations Officer and to the executive when requested to at all meetings. Insert new clause at 6A1. There shall be 2 grievance officers and 1 deputy industrial relations officer, grievance handling, appointed by the management committee and ratified by the executive committee. They shall not serve on the executive committee as executive officers. Current clause in Constitution, section 4(2)(c). All officers of the association and members serve on the conference of delegates are elected for a term of 3 years and shall be eligible for re-election at the end of that period. Station representatives must be elected by officers at their respective stations only. I don't like how this read it. It's like one big. It's like one big. I don't know. Proposed new clause. All officers of the association and members who serve on the conference of delegates are elected for a term of of 3 years and shall be eligible for re-election at the end of that period. Station representatives must be elected by officers of their respective stations only. Station representatives shall not be transferred. That is the amendment there. Station representatives shall not be transferred to another station during their term as officers of the association. So this is a bit lengthy. So we have the amendment which deals with the addition of the 1 Deputy Industrial Relations Officer, the 2 or more grievance officers. It also addressed the issue of station representatives and the movement of station or transfer of station representatives as we have seen in the past. So because of how lengthy this particular amendment is, I will be moving the motion. So I, Gerard Gordon, would like to move a motion to accept the amendment to the Constitution, Section 6B, where the amendments will read as follows. The Deputy Industrial Relations Officer shall act in the capacity of Industrial Relations Officer in the absence of the Industrial Relations Officer. 1 shall be specifically assigned to the area of discipline and the other to grievance handling. They shall report to the Industrial Relations Officer and to the Executive when requested at all meetings. To insert new clause at 6A1, as part of the motion, there shall be 2 grievance officers and 1 Deputy Industrial Relations Officer. 2 or more, sorry. Thank you. There shall be 2 or more grievance officers and 1 Deputy Industrial Relations Officer. Grievance handling, appointed by the Management Committee and ratified by the Executive Committee. They shall not serve on the Executive Committee as executive officers. So that's the meeting. Okay. And then the other proposed new clause has to deal with the transfer of the station representatives. Remove the motion that we added into the clause that station representatives shall not be transferred to another station during their term as officers of the association.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask for some clarification on this last clause? Does the POA be responsible for transfers of officers? Because if we put this in the Constitution, without first liaising with the CPO and the admin, and it is passed here, and a station rep is transferred, what do we do then? I want to suggest that we hold this for the next conference, and we have the time in between to meet with the CPO and the admin to try to negotiate this position. Because if we place it there, and the station rep is transferred, and they come to the POA and say, look, look at the Constitution, what do we as the POA do then?
We have the grievance procedure. The thing about it is that I understand exactly where you're coming from, Mr. Mitchell, but for far too long, we often engage some of our major stakeholders with the hope that they can give us solutions. I am saying that this is what we want. We are placing it in the Constitution as our intent. We will express that intent to the CPO and to the management of the prison service. What they do with it is up to them, but we have a course of relief as it is now in treating with it. This is how we would want that situation to be managed.
While I agree with you, how can it be a grievance if it is not first agreed to by the CPO? For example, the president has 1 day off a week, the general sec 4 days off, agreed and signed by the CPO. If the commissioner or deputy refuse to grant you that 1 day off or Mr. Logie 4 days off, there arises a grievance.
Correct.
If we have no agreement in place and we have this is just an intent, how does it become a grievance?
Okay. How it becomes a grievance is because we are going to do just what you said. Or what we are not doing, we are not waiting to engage them and then make the amendment to our constitution. The constitution states what we want and how we'd like to see things go. We would engage the CPO. Once he engages us on this matter, then it is able to become a grievance.
With the attention of the council, this cannot be brought up again. Let me just say this here. That falls under the delegated authority to the commissioner under the Public Service Commission regulations. So the reason I'm saying this won't be a grievance, it doesn't fall under the purview of the CPO. Because under the delegated authority, the commissioner under that authority will write the transfer.
It still remains a grievance, but how you handle the grievance is the issue. Just what Mr. Walcott is alluding to. The grievance that is an issue subject to the Public Service Commission, the avenue to treat with that is through the court, through the High Court. Terms and conditions of employment issues will be treated with through the grievance procedure with the CPO. So that's just to clarify the issue. If it's still a grievance, it is.
So, moving forward, I still remain with my motion on change. All in favor of having this amendment? Seconded, sorry. Who is Mr. Nanko? All in favor of the amendment? I show of hands. The motion is not carried. We need a minimum of 62 votes to have the motion carried. So moving along and watching the time, it is 10 past 1. And we were supposed to be out of here already. Okay. So, Okay, so we're going to be taking a 5-minute break, during which you all could get some light refreshments, the food, and the election committee will be distributing the ballots, because up next we have the voting for the PRO, the voting for the 2 trustees.
Do it outside.
Try it now. Try it if I like it.
Yeah, and listen. Big man. Fish, chicken.
Johnson,
Seconded by Next, any other additional nominations? Seconded by Real Sammy. The nominations are still open. Yes, Mr. Assistant. Seconded by Ms. Torres. Yes. Any other nominations? Seconded by Mr. Emmanuel. So nominations are now closed for the position of Public Relations Officer. Members are invited to vote on the ballot paper provided. Please write the number for the ballot, not the name. Yes, Mr. Augustine. So the numbers, sorry. Number 1, Sarah Richards. 2, Sean Ramnarine. 3, Marsha Wilkinson. 1, Saron Richards. 2, Sean Ramnarine. 3, Marsha Wilkinson. As you are finished with your selection, please come and place it into the ballot box in an orderly fashion, please. Don't run over each other. They don't have space for everyone. So currently we are voting for the position of Public Relations Officer. The nominees are 1, Sarah Richards. 2, Sean Ramnarine. 3, Marsha Wilkinson. Remember, just write the number on the paper provided by the Elections Committee. As you are finished, place it in the ballot box and return to your seat. It seems like we're almost at the end of the line. The representative of the Election Committee is checking to make sure there is no voter padding. Check in is one paper. Don't try and pull no 4 paper together there, you know. Ay, mash up the box. anybody who did not vote? Okay, voting is now closed, and the election committee would empty the ballot box. Ballot box is empty. We will fix that. results?
Sean Ramrine, 29 votes. Mike?
Yeah, I was hoping to assist you. Can I?
Yes.
Okay. So we have Sharon Richards with 25, Sean Ramrine with 29, and Marsha Wilkinson with 18 votes. Sean Ramrine of the Christmas Brothers. We have the voted. So we have the voting for the 2 trustees. Nominations. All the rules remain the same. Nominations are now open for the position of trustee. Mr. Ian Joseph.
I'd like to nominate Regina Barrow.
Seconded by?
Who's that?
Oh, you can see.
Just remember, somebody last year said this is like media.
I know. So you like the people to show themselves? Okay. So we have one Kenji Navarro, Mr. Nanko.
Mr. nominate Mr. P.L. Future.
Caleb Fraser, seconded by Mr. Grandson, seconded. So just now, let me deal with Emmanuel.
I recommend Fidel Fredericks.
I
like to nominate Fidel Fredericks.
Seconded by Glenn Depetal, seconded. What we will do, before we have this rounds of voting, since it's 2 positions, I might be a number of people, we'll ask the people to stand, just in case people don't know who is who and whatever. So here how we're going to do this voting. We have 5 nominations. We have 2 positions. The voting is going to go like this. We will have trustee A and trustee B. I want you to understand what I'm saying. Trustee A and trustee B. Each one of the trustees, the nominees, have 1 number already. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So on your ballot paper, I don't know. So you have 2 papers. Okay, noted. So here what we do it. Any 2 numbers you want, you place on the ballot, on one paper, 1 number, next paper, next number. So this is how we're going to proceed. You're using one paper. We're using, everybody, I have everybody attention. We're using one paper. On that one paper, you will place one of the corresponding numbers, two of the corresponding numbers to the two people that you want to be trustee. You all understand? So for example, you have Kenji Navarro is number 1. You have Fidel Frederick is number 3. You want the both of them, you put 1 and 3. You have Vicklin Garcia is number 5. Caleb Fraser is number 2. You put 5 and 2 on your paper. Fair enough? So, we're going to call over the nominees. As I call the names, I'm asking the nominees to stand, please, so everybody can see who they are. So, at number 1, we have Kenji Navarro. Remain standing, please. We have number 2, Caleb Fraser. We have number 3, Fidel Frederick. We have number 4, Safras Khan, who is absent. We have number 5, Ms. Vicklin Garcia. So these are the nominees. So these are the nominees. So we have Kenji Navarro in the blue shirt, Fidel Frederick in the green shirt, Caleb Fraser in the white shirt, and Vicklin Garcia in the gold shirt. Please fold your paper, place the 2 numbers. Don't rush, don't rush.
It's the one
and are not happy about it. So we are checking the register as it relates to the numbers to ensure that the numbers being reflected as voted is the same amount as those people registered. How much? 74. And then so we can have less than 74, but we can have more than 74. So we could. Right. So we're going on. Everybody cast their vote for the two trustees. Nice. The results are in as it relates to the trustees. So at number 1 we have Kenji Navarro and number 2 Caleb Fraser. The total votes for each member who was nominated: Kenji Navarro 36, Caleb Fraser 34, Fidel Frederick 30, Safras Khan 28, and Vicklin Garcia 16. So Mr. Kenji Navarro are the new trustees of the Prison of Tobago. So, you know, we're really running behind time. I was also to announce members of the committees. I will not be doing that today in the interest of time. In the following week, that will be shared with the council. So if I have no objections, I would love to bring this meeting to a close. And as we close, you know, I'd just like to say thank you to the members of the council who made themselves available. I'm inviting Mr. Lyndon Ramanan to give us the closing remarks and for us to be on our way.
Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Newly elected President, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Lodi as newly appointed elected General Secretary, Mr. Joseph, Finance Officer, and Mr. Walcott, Assistant General Secretary. I was called upon by Mr. Lodi this morning about 7:30, asked to do this short task, but yet important. So first of all, I want to give praise and thanks to God for giving us the opportunity to be here today. Most importantly, I must say that the affairs of the officers was managed very professional today. So I think we should give ourselves a round of applause. To all of the successful persons putting themselves up to serve the membership, I want to congratulate each and every one of you. I have seen the enthusiasm on the various chats about giving opinions and advice, and I must say I'm very enthused about that type of enthusiasm. So I implore you to continue to do the same, get involved, be involved, and make it count. So I wanted to give a theme of what I had to say this morning. And this is what I came up with. Where have the voices of the unions gone? And please permit me, very briefly, in an era of uncertainty, highly litigious and with emotionally charged employees and workers, why have we a deafening silence from those who are supposed to share our collective voice for and on our behalf? Is it simply an issue of partisan politics, or a lack of vision and direction? Or is it that they have caved in to the bullying posture of the many stakeholders? But the jury is out on that. Principles such as reliability, credibility, impartiality, fairness, and most of all, trust, all fundamental principles of industrial relations, is being eroded. And the time is ripe for change management, which to me can only mean change attitude, change mindset, change approach and actions. There must exist impartiality, legal thinking minds, and emotional, intelligent thinking persons with making our association people-centric to counter the negative effects and impacts felt. It is time that we become creative and innovative in acquiring the deliverables for and on behalf of our members, and the journey requires all of us to be on board. We must agree to disagree, but respect each other in observing collective responsibility. Comrades, elections are over. There are no more teams divided to occupy positions. We all know the journey ahead is rough. We are in uncharted waters, and we must rally together in order to achieve. So I want to challenge each and every one of you to continue to remain steadfast and lend your support to that team that you put forward to represent the interests of the membership. That team is all of us. So thanks again for making today's event a success. We look forward to continued support, and I must say the aesthetics here was very pleasing. Thanks for those who facilitated us here. The election committee, I want to specifically mention you all. You all did yeoman service for this electoral process that just went by and continue to just today as well. To you all, a job well done. There are many persons such as I don't know who was responsible for the ambience, but to those persons, thanks very much. And for anyone who I didn't mention in making today a success, we say thank you.
Right, so I'm calling the meeting to a close, but as we dismiss, just allow me, just humor me a little bit, let me just say a short prayer as we exit. Well, Heavenly Father, I'd just like to thank you for this day. Father, I'd like to thank you for each and every member who came here, and thank you for bringing them here safely, O God. Father, as we return to our homes, O God, or even to duty, Father, I just pray traveling mercies. I thank you for protecting our families in our absence. I thank you, Lord, for ensuring that today's proceedings went on without incident or accident, and that we are all able to leave here safely. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Yeah, I will call you and remind you because he in the same position too, you know. 780-4850.
Hey, that's the next day.
Cool. Yeah.
Huh? I think he MSP, you know. He has an MSP, I think. I'm not sure. I think so, I'm not sure. Maybe there was 2 for the